Hello, everybody, and welcome to Deep End Dev. I'm your host, Matthew, and I don't know what I'm doing, and neither do you, so let's do it together. I believe we are on day 14 of our tabletop battle map. So, where we left off last time was we were moving our functions from blueprints over to C++. As you can see, all of this colorful stuff has been dumped here. We got all of our spline structure functions, if I can open those up, moved in here. So we've got our add mesh to spline implementation put in, which runs on construction. We created our set location of spline point and add point to spline at index. This we modified so that we can put a spline in between, a point in between 2 points if we specify an index. Let's see. And then over in player controller, we did a lot of work in here. We are starting to move all of our left-click select stuff into C++. So our select object and release object are bound to the press and release of our left mouse button, or the select input, which is left click with the mouse by default. We've got in our event tick, which I have doubts over the wisdom of having this in the tick. I don't know how we'll get it out of there, but it might be worth investigating. Putting things in the tick can be kind of performative heavy. We've got a select object, so when we left click, we go into this, we create a hit result, we run get hit result under cursor by channel. It uses this as an out parameter right here. Spits it back out with the hit result. We check, was it a blocking hit, and is the actor that it hit valid? We have a debug spit right there for our string. We then go into 3 ifs, which is not exactly performative either, because it's going to do each one after the other. You know, we could do a return. It can only be one, right? And this is why Unreal Engine likes if you put bracers, which I had by default, but I ran a code cleanup and it took them all out. So single line, obviously you don't need them. But if I had them in there, this would have gone to look. I just stuck a return easily. Okay. So that's a redundant return. That'll prevent us from continuing if this turns out to be true, because we don't need to check the others if this is true. Same with the others. We set up our enum, our grabbed object enum, to whatever we found by testing our casts each time. That's the only way I can think of how to do that. This was a macro in Unreal, but here we just have an if tree. So once we've set up an enum, this is what opens the floodgate up here, because we have a switch on grabbed object. If it's none, we're breaking. I don't know the efficiency of a switch if we want to just bail before even getting here, but I feel that hitting this and seeing that and breaking is okay. If it is anything else, we don't have the board set up yet, but we have these functions. We'll handle token selection, or we'll handle structure selection. So let's find those. We can collapse that. We're going to return to this because I believe these two things need to be replicated, but we did find last time some issues with those being replicated. So we solved that at the end of last episode. Here's our handle token selection. So if this gets called, we first check to make sure we don't have a null pointer. If we do have a valid token here, we enter into here, we check, do we have, if we don't have game master permissions, or if the player does not have permissions for the specific token, return, bail immediately. Otherwise, we call set token collision in physics, server call, on our grabbed token that we pass through. I think we're okay with that. Yes, we're passing a reference to this. The issue that we had run into previously was we weren't passing this through a function, and we were relying on the server to look at a replicated variable of grabbed token. If grabbed token was replicated, the issue we were having was the client may have set it to be equal to something, but it was still null on the server. The server has the authority to change that. So when the client was saying, hey, I have a grab token here, I want you to do something with grab token, and we don't pass the token, we just, the server was running the function and looking at grab token and saying, no, there's nothing here, I don't have anything, because the server's always right. So we can't replicate grab token. We have to actually physically pass it as a parameter to set token collision and physics server call. We turn on physics, we turn off gravity because we're picking it up. But we do want physics on because this prevents us from overlapping from our meshes being put into the same square. We then physics only, so we turn off our query because we want to be able to pass a get hit result under cursor by channel through what we're picking up, so we don't want to hit it anymore. We check the new hit result because we're looking for something underneath to put our token down. We check if the actor that we've hit with our hit result is valid. And in fact, we could also do like we did before. We could check it's a blocking hit. We do a log on what our cursor is hit. If the hit actor that we hit, get the class of it, if that is equal to the class of our ABG tile static class, we need to check to make sure if it's not visible, if this is an invisible tile, return. We can't put an actor on an invisible tile. Otherwise, we set our last targeted actor, which is just an actor, a actor pointer. We set that to hit result.getActor. And then we move token to location. This is not a server call, so we don't need to pass anything yet. So we just call it with a true. Move token to location. We have a holding true that passes through, so we check, make sure once again our grab token is not a null pointer. We go make a rotator, which is we're resetting the pitch and the roll. So this is X and Y, and the yaw is the Z axis, that our rotation. We want to keep that the same, but if it's tilted to its side or anything, we want to put it back upright when we pick it up. So we're keeping the yaw. We check, are we the server or are we not the server? Because if we're the server, we want to just skip all of this local stuff and go straight to our move token to location server call. But if we are a client and we're local, we want to do make a Z value, Z axis, and that Z value is going to be equal to if we're holding it or not, because we're hovering a little bit higher than the tile or the object. So if we're holding the object and we still have our left mouse button down, it's going to be 100 centimeters. And if we're not holding, we drop it to 50, the Z value. We create an F vector for actor origin and actor box extent so that they can be out parameters here for the actor bounds on the last targeted actor, which would be a tile or any other token that we might put a token on top of. We create a location and we set the X, Y, and the Z. So the actor origin of X and Y is our new location of X and Y. So the center point of the tile or the token. The Z of our location is our Z value of 100 or 50, plus the actor's origin, plus the box extent, which is half, which is origin to out, so it's half the diameter of an actor. So all of this places it on top of the actor that we're pointing at. We then set the actor location of our grab token to that location we just created right there with teleport physics. We're not sweeping. We don't need an out sweep hit result. Grabbed token, we set the rotation to the rotation we made above with teleport physics again. And then we come out and we need to tell the server to do the exact same thing. So we ask the server and we have to pass these actors because we're not replicating them. So move token to location server, the implementation as it receives those, and it calls the game mode base where we created this, and it's the exact same thing. So that is token movement and handle token selection. If we are doing with a structure, handle structure selection, we're checking again if we've got game master permissions. If not, we return. If our left alt is down, we're adding a spline point to structure spline. And then we're moving to modify structure length. Modify structure length, we're checking the validity of our grab structure. We make an F vector for world position and world direction, which we then set as out parameters for from deep project mouse position to world. We then create a grid snapped intersection by using the FMaths line plane intersection like we used in blueprints, but this is the C++ algorithm. We pass in the world position, which is 0.1. 0.2 is the world direction. So this is from where the mouse is on the screen in the world, outwards, the world direction into the world by 2, what is that, 2, so that would be 20 meters, plus the world position. Then the origin is the grab structure itself, its location, and then we draw a normal out in the world, a square, like a plane, with the center is the z-axis, so up and down. So we draw a plane around that z-axis. And finally, with that intersection, so that's all the intersection math, we then grid snap it to our grid of 105. And I think I'm going to remove that gap that we've got between the tiles so that I don't like that this is a 105. I think we need to make it just an even meter, 100. Once we've got a grid snapped intersection, we then offset the X and the Y by 50 centimeters so that we go to the center of the grid squares rather than the corner of the grid squares. Our grid snapped intersection Z is always the same of the actor's original Z axis, Z coordinate. We then, this is initialized, this int is initialized to always to -1 because we're never going to have an index of -1. It's always going to be 0 or more. So if it is -1, it means we haven't clicked yet. So we need to get an index. So we run this. So round to int, we grab the structure, we check, we get the spline component from it, and we find input key closest to world location. Luckily, they've got a function just for this. So we throw in our grid snapped intersection and we find the input key closest to it. We round that to an integer because we are going to be passing that to there is a specific spline add spline point to a spline at an index. So that becomes our index, that round to int find input key closest to world location. That becomes the index that we're going to be putting at our new point. We then call modify structure length server, which this is why there is a lag. We are jumping straight to here, the server. So what we actually need to do, like when we moved the token, if we don't have authority, we need to do it locally first. Then we move modify structure length locally first. So we need to do that, I think, today, so that we can get our structure modifying, remove some of the jittery and the lag delay, because we're going here to the server. And this server implementation grabs the game mode and makes a static call, modify structure length, which gets the structure to modify, which we're passing through, the index that we created, and the location of where we're clicking. And we're set location of spline point, point index that we grabbed, and we move it to this new location. And then we run the add mesh to spline to update all the wall meshes. Hello, Delta X. Welcome back. A lot of C++ stuff yesterday. Once we've so that's the modify. Here's the add spline point to structure spline. We check again for validity, and we do our click again. We need to make sure, have we clicked yet? And if not, we create a world position, a world direction. We once again deproject it with those out parameters, and we're getting the intersection of mouse point on the XY plane from the grab structures. So it's this. So we're doing that again, except we're not grid snapping. This is grid snapped. This is just an intersection. We then take that intersection and do this nasty call. Let me get that to a new line, make this look better. So the first we pass the structure that we're modifying. We managed to get the structure movement and spline stuff all moved over to C++, and basically I'm trying to get all the this expensive math into code and move all our prototyped blueprint functions over to C++ so that ideally they should become more efficient. So grab structure, and then what we're doing here is we're finding that we're doing that find location closest to world location. So on the spline component, so there's the intersection that we created in the world spline coordinate space. And then we need the index, which is find input key closest to world location once again. So those three things are passed to our add spline point to structure spline call, which is right here, which again, game mode base, we go over there, calls this on our spline, which adds spline point at index, location, the index, world space, update the spline, and then set the spline point type. We have to do that also so that everything is linear. So that's how we do the spline structure calls. Can close all of that. We've got our game master. This is how we check our game master permissions, just an if statement. We can collapse that. This I don't know if it would be any more efficient to do this locally like the other one first. Neck. Or we'll see. Let's get this going locally first. So we need to grab basically where's our modify structure length set location at spline is this basically. So what do? We do grab structure, and we're calling set location at spline point, which needs the index and the location. So the index is nearest in, whoop, that's not what I did. Nearest index to click. Come on, there we go. And the grid snapped intersection. Once we've done that, I believe we have to call add mesh to spline. To update that. So that should do the local stuff first before we move to ask the server to do the exact same thing. When we release our left mouse button, we come in here and we clear our enum so that this closes. We check if we have a grab token and if we have a last targeted actor, so we wrap those to make sure those aren't null pointers first. If they are valid still, we move to token to location one last time with a false on the holding, so that we basically it's the final drop. And we set the token collision in physics server. We run that one more time. Grab token true, true. We turn on its gravity again, and we turn its collision back to query in physics so we can touch it again. And then we clear all our pointers to nulls, and we reset our nearest index to click to -1. So that's our cleanup for when we drop whatever we're holding. We can close that. Okay, so let's test this, what we just added. And then we'll move forward on moving some more of our selection functions over to C++. While that loads, I'm going to refill on coffee. All right. Let's open our default game map. Let's, yes, one will be server and one will be client. Here we go. This is server, this is client, as we can see with our little debug titles. Put these to build mode. Server is able to click and drag and edit. It's still a little unpredictable on where it's adding a new point, but sometimes it works how we want it. Let's see on client side, there we go. Much smoother. Yeah, so you want to do things local first before calling the server. See, it's still choppy over here, but I mean, that's just going to be how it is, right? He's got to do the stuff local, and then it gets updated on the server. We might be able to bump up. I do. Yeah, I updated Writer yesterday. We are on, over the weekend, actually, I had to redo the entire, this is a clean Windows install, actually. The, turns out a copy or cloning a Windows boot is not the best thing to do, so I hit a nice corrupt master boot record, and using a little Manjaro Linux drive, I recovered everything and then did a clean Windows install on my new NVMe, and we are on a fresh build. Oh, I'll also you remember how when we were building? So it turns out, yes, because I had built the solution in Visual Studio, that didn't carry over to Rider, so that's why it was rebuilding the whole damn engine the other week. But the reason why it failed, if any of you come across this, if we search for headless chaos, the target.cs right here, this file, you need to add this. I found this on GitHub. You have to force it, if you have to force turn off PhysX and stuff in order to use chaos and compile chaos. The chaos physics engine, apparently this Unreal Engine will fail to build unless you put these lines in here, in the headless chaos.target.cs. It's kind of crazy that their official release on GitHub doesn't already have this in here, but this is what caused the build to fail the other day. So now that that's in there, Unreal Engine successfully builds. Okay, so that's nice. This still feels a bit off, but I think this we need to just I think we need to just come back to this in the future. Yeah. I should start marking, what is today? We're in March now. I should start putting a date on some of these things. Okay, let's grab our player controller and proceed on some of these things. I think let's get the spawn token server side also moved over to actually, I know we were having an issue. I think control mode and grabbed object need to be replicated, because if I remember correctly, movement of tokens was a bit odd. Physics feels wrong too. I've thought about what I was kind of thinking about what we're doing here. See, there it is. I think query and physics perhaps is not getting properly changed. I'm not sure, but we should look into that. Change that back to reliable. Maybe that's the issue there. We were also facing problems of reliability calls, overload, having way too many. So that this is why I think this is problematic. We can't have reliable calls running on the tick, or we're gonna overload our bit rate or whatever, our buffer. So I'm wondering if rather than having, well, we could reduce how often it's updating is one way to fix that. I'm going to put these back to replicated. But right? Yeah, that is really annoying, the chaos physics issue. It's such a simple thing that they could just kind of push out a little an update. I'm sure in the next build of 4.26 they'll do something about that. But I found it on GitHub, some people talking about it, and somebody had done that in their forked build of Unreal, so I yanked that and put it into my forked source. Something I thought about was, what if rather than, I like the movement of click and drag like chess pieces, but okay, so that making those replicated worked. I'm wondering if the physics side of things, see how it jitters a little bit? I think it seems like the gravity, so that's the 100 above, and then when we let go it goes to 50, and then gravity takes over to make it fall. It just feels like gravity sucks, you know? So maybe we don't want to put it 50 above and then let it fall. Maybe we want to actually just put it fully down. But at least it's working again. Okay. To finish my train of thought, I was wondering about what if No, that would take it in a different. I was thinking about what if a tile you could you just click and then click and it would a tile holds an instanced mesh component, and that instanced mesh is invisible, or it doesn't have an instance when it's like this, but then when you click it, rather than dragging it over, to avoid this whole server client issue, as you click and then this instance mesh disappears, it transfers over here, and then the tile constructs its own instance mesh. So it appears to have moved, but it's like holograms. Like the tiles are hologram emitters in a way, you know? That's a way that we could potentially fix having our get things off the tick so it's a bit more performative. Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of those because we don't need them. Let's open our player controller and work on our spawn. So the issue with this is we have a token bank, and in our UI and gameplay, so this is where we're calling in the thumbnail. When we cancel the drag, we're calling it here. And what we're calling is right here. So the token data bank, we need to make a variable in the game mode, which is going to have to be set here, so we have to make sure that it's valid before we run this in the C++, that it's been set. Our defaults have been set. Okay, so let's work from here. So let's make this in the C++. So minimize that. This will be in tokens here, so before we handle anything, we spawn. This is server, reliable, blueprint callable. Void spawn token tile. Right? And it receives a location and a row name. And because it's a server call, I like to put that there. And actually, we have network stuff down here, so that's actually going to go down here. Whoops. And it receives an F vector and a name. F vector, const reference, location. And you know what? I want a spawn token at location, not on tile, at location. And then it needs an F name. This is the row name. Implement. So now this is where we go into the game mode, and we got to make this here too. So game mode for tokens. Just copy that. These technically aren't network. This is just this is for tokens. And this is for structures. So this is going to be a static void spawn token at location, and it receives the F vector const reference location and the F name row name. In a protected section, we need to have our variable for our token data bank. So let's do a BP under that so that renaming doesn't screw things up. We're going to do that with this as well. Token data bank is of a data table type. So this is a U property. Edit anywhere. Blueprint read write. Category equals BG gameplay game mode base config. And this is what is a data table? I don't know what in C++ that is. UE4 C++ data table. It's a U data table. And it needs this include. Though we could probably just class U subclass U data table, not a subclass because this is an actual actor, not a class. U data table pointer. This is our token data bank, right? Is that what I called it? Token data bank. Yep. Okay, so in here, what do? We are get data table row. So if token data bank, we can't do that. We need to, oh, yes we can. We just need to do our include, right? No. Token data bank is data valid. Valid low level. Can we do that on a data? Oh, this is a stat. We can't do this static, so we need to. This one can't be static. But it can be const so far. Not yet. Or let's not do that yet. Okay, so if token data bank get row, get data table row, get table data. Is that what we want? Could be. Let's find out what this is. We do that. What's in here? Pretty enum names. I don't know what any of this is. No. Hold on. To the API. Because we need the equivalence of this. UE4 C++ get data table row. Aha! Find row. We want to do let's see. What are we getting? We're getting out of it a row. So let's just say auto row is equal to token data bank find row FBG token bank, because we have to pass in how it works. The row name comes from our parameter, and a context string. I don't think we need. And the rest is a default. Okay, so we've got a pointer, this row, and then we need to break that and get the class reference out and do a spawn. Okay, so row, there's the reference. That, so we need to do a how do you spawn? We've done this before. Is it under gameplay statics? Deferred, right? Begin deferred actor spawn from class. That's what it is. We've done this before. Okay. So this is the world context object. This is the class. A transform. The transform should be, is at least the locations coming in, so we need to make f transform new transform dot set location to the location coming in. Just to zero that in case rotations and stuff are wrong. So new transform. And a collision handling and an owner. E-collision. What is it? Spawn actor collision handling method. Spawn actor. Just if possible, but always spawn. And then we need our owner, which this will make this the owner. All right. That can be a const. So that's how we begin the deferred actor spawn from class, which we need to, that returns a pointer. So auto actor to spawn, token to spawn. And we then that, close that. So I think once it's ready, oh yeah, we want to set token cast to this. The token to spawn. No, we can't do that, can we? So we don't know what it is. Not going to be able to do that. It should be a token. think actually we do that here. So that should make that a token. And now, because we know it's got to be a token coming out. So token to spawn, get static mesh, which we don't have in the C++ yet. So we need that, which returns a U class U static mesh component pointer, get static mesh component, const return static mesh component. Put that under a getters. So we don't need that. Checks whether or not a player's state exists in the tokens permissions array. So token spawn, get the static mesh, set physics, set simulate physics to true. Okay. So this, we need to check if that is, so if row, that'll wrap that safely. I don't know, what can we do with a row? Just check, I guess. If it's null, that can be const. And then, oh yeah, we need to actually, so we need to actually spawn it. So we've got the deferred, so we need to finish spawning actor, token to spawn, which needs the transform. Okay, I think that'll do that in the C++. Save all that. And close. Oh, we need to actually call it. So you gameplay statics get game mode. I think it needs a, right? World context object. And then we need to actually cast to AVG gameplay, game mode base, what we receive, and then we can spawn token at location, pass the location and the row name. A little bit harder because we can't do this statically. It has to be done from an actual, the actual game mode object itself. So that calls that. So now I think we can swap out a couple of the blueprints to do that. So if we go to our token thumbnail here, I think we should be able to call spawn token at location server. So this is the new one. And then if we go to our, I don't think we have to do anything else. That should just go straight through on the, oh yeah, let's make sure, I forgot. We are no longer using that. We are in class defaults. We have our new data. This is the new one. So this is what we're referring to, not this anymore. So now this should work as just raw C++. Hooray! Look at that. All in C++. That's still not C++, but cool. Okay. Moving right along. We can go ahead and get rid of that. And that. And this. We've also already got this implemented. This has been implemented. That's been implemented. That's been implemented. This has been implemented. We've already got that. Don't need that anymore. Our drop is totally implemented. We just have to do the for the board, which we know how to do. Okay, so we can get rid of that. That's all implemented. Okay. Let's do our board now. Let's move the board around. Hello, Z positive. Okay, so or wait. There we go. We need, let's see, so it goes, what's the order of this enum? Token structure board. So yeah, we'll do it under here. Board functions. We need a U function, blueprint callable, category, e.g. game player controller. Put this under board. And structure. There we go. It's also token. Actually, put that under network. I don't know, that one. Okay, so we have our this. What are we doing? Void, I don't know, move board. And yeah, it's just do it locally, then do it on the server. Okay. So we're doing a lot of the same stuff here. First of all, select an object. We grab a board. We need to do something similar here. We need to handle board selection. So what do we do when we handle a token selection? This kind of stuff again. So first, before we even move the board, we need to do a function, basically this, of void handle board selection. Here we will if grab board. If we don't have game master permissions, we return. This is where we get the trace. So I think we'll do that and handle board selection as well. It's all the same thing with a line plane intersection and a snap to grid vector. So we're doing this again. We then also, we need a grid snapped intersection. So actually we wanted that. Off of grab board. And then we move the board. So move board actually is going to receive an F vector location. So we'll call this actually to move board to location. And we're going to need a server one as well. So it needs an ABG board pointer, board, move, and an F vector cross reference new location. I don't want that in here, so I'm going to forward declare that. To prevent circular references. Move board to location server implementation will take the board to move, set actor location. How are you doing? I'm doing all right. How are you doing, Z Positive? Things are going well. Our movement of our gameplay blueprints over into C++ is progressing quite nicely, and it's very satisfying that it's now just pure code. I like code. It makes me feel good. Oh. What was I doing? I donated plasma this morning, so woo. Set actor location to new location, right? Or does it want to transform? Nice, yeah. I need to tune in and watch that. I've been at the gym when I get a notification on my phone that you go live. I have wanted to dive into vehicle mechanics. Actually, I have another game project that I used to be a huge fan of Freelancer, and so I have a rough prototype where I was playing around with Freelancer-esque spaceship stuff. So not true realism like Star Citizen or Elite Dangerous does with Newtonian physics type movement, but thrusters. Actually, it is using Newtonian physics. So, but I would like to be more arcadey. Set actor location to new location. That should do it, right? I think that's all we have to do in there. We have to do it locally, though. So we do this whole thing again. Yeah, the art side of things is like 90% of everything. What do they say? Like polish is the last 10% of a project, but it takes up 90% of the time total or something, you know? I really like 2D sprites. 2D sprite art is fun, and you can kind of make some goofy, terrible art, but it feels good in the way it works. I use Ace Sprite, which is a really easy software, and you can export and make some really great and fun artwork for Unreal Engine if you spend some time learning sprite art. It's enjoyable and satisfying. But if you're not releasing anything to the public, there's plenty of great assets out there for just prototyping your work. I actually, when I was first starting with Unreal Engine, I was playing around with the 2D stuff, and I used Pokemon Gold and Silver sprites. I found a whole sprite sheets of the entire game, and I just would rip things out of that for prototyping. Okay, move board to location. That's handle board selection. We put it here. handle board selection if we've got a board. Yeah, I've gotten some cool stuff out of the market. What have I... Is there anything cool right now? What's free this month? Ooh, advanced vehicle system. What is that? And a medieval castle modular? Turn-based JRPG template? Whew. Well, that's neat. Modular physics-based vehicles. Sweet, I might have to take a look at that. That's pretty cool. All right. I wonder if because we're just jumping straight to a server call on that physics is what's going on, so it's janky. I wonder if we did that locally first, it would be okay. All right, I think that is it for the board, so let's save and close and pull this up and see if that worked. Do. All right, go here. Let's see if we can move our board. Yay! Looks like board movement to me, however, it's not replicating correctly. Client to server's fine. If the server does it, not going back. Okay, so let's solve that. What do we do? And I believe replicates. Come on. Hey. Come back alive. There we go. I think if we do that, I think we may have just forgotten to do that. Otherwise, we'll make a multicast function on the board itself that has to be called to adjust its location is what might need to occur. There we go. Okay, so board movement is working. So we can get rid of that. We can pretty much get rid of that. And that. Some loud people outside. Get rid of that. Cool. Our selection event graph is totally moved over to C++. I like that. How about we move some other stuff? Let's get the token locking in place moved over there. Which I believe this is already a C++ function, so this will be easy to do. We just go in here on token. First make the local one. Receives a token and a Boolean. Toggle token lock in place, actually. And that really just calls the server. We're going to put blueprint callable on all of these again. This one can be reliable. The only reason we made this unreliable was because it's being called way too often for it to be a reliable function. Void toggle lock in place server receives an ABG token to lock. Actually, token to toggle, and a bool be lock. Toggle. This just calls toggle lock in place server and passes no token to toggle and the be lock bool. This gets this, so our token toggle. I think that's all we do. Cool, and that one can be static, so that means we can just call ABG gameplay mode base, toggle token lock in place, pass the token toggle, and be lock. Shrink that. Shrink that. That could be shrunk. Minimize, minimize, minimize. It can be minimized. We're done with all of that. We're done with that. You know, we could probably do this local too. Just see what happens. I might revisit the rotate token function now that I understand the server stuff a little bit better. Okay. Might be able to hot reload this. No, actually, we changed headers, didn't we? So I don't think we can. Why are you stuck at 83%? All right, while that loads, I'm going to hit the bathroom real quick and then reload on coffee, so I'll be right back. Would you look at that? It didn't do anything. So, let's kill it. And start fresh. Exhausted all retries. You can't do that. You're not allowed to exhaust all your retries. What are you What are you? You're hilarious. Just do a build. Exhausted all retries again. Okay. Whatever you say, I'll reload writer. Whoop. Interesting. Something was going on in the background, it looks like. Is writer opening? Where's my... Open up. Alright, close. Close. Things got all confused. It's doing something. Let's try that again. There we go. BattleGrids. Oh. All right. Boom. That's right. There you go. I didn't think you had exhausted all your tries. You're a computer. You can't exhaust all your tries. That's impossible. That's not true. That's impossible. What did we do? What did we even program? I can't... Oh, locking the token. Right. So that comes from gameplay, token context menu, this button, this. So, oh yeah, we don't have to cast it. This is also the thing that we're doing, getting these things off the gameplay controller, the blueprint, so we don't have to do these expensive casts anymore. This should be able to... Oh. We do have to cast, but we can cast just up to the C++. Come on. Where is it? It's blueprint callable. Oh. Right. That's that. Flip. Stop that. That. And the token. And we can get rid of that. That. That underneath. And proceed. Cast failed down here. We can change this to just BG game player controller. Okay. Let's see how that works. Drop a token out here. We right click, lock. All right, look at that. Perfect. Sweet. That's one more down. What else we got? Reset rotation. So let's open up. Just moving right along. What'd we do? We got that moved over. Reset rotation is just a straight up server call. I'm going to do it locally first and then do server to follow our previous changes that we're making, because I don't want those things. I want to do things local first if possible to try and smooth out the gameplay. Hello, Knurwurst. Willkommen. Wie geht's? So what is it? Here's our rotate token. Let's do it here, right under it. Let's practice our typing. Let's do it again. Void reset token rotation. I don't think it needs to take anything in. Actually. Soweit ganz gut. Und selbst? I don't know German that well. I'm doing all right. I know some Old English. I could do Old English. That's fun. That sounds kind of German. Where are we calling this from? We're calling this from... It does need a token, so... ABG token pointer. Token to reset. Old English is the original, or one of the original old, before the Brits and before all that. Yeah, it's kind of like Welsh. Welsh is yeah, it sounds nuts, but Old English is kind of sounds Germanic, and so Hlatwe Gardena in Yerdagum, Theod Keninga Thrum Ythrunen, Hu the Adalingis Elen Fremedon, Oft Shield Shaving Shaven a Threatum, Monogam Magthum Meoda Sittle Oftea, Exoda Eorlas Sithen Arrest Wirth, Fairsheft Funden, Hedes Frufreabad Weax under Woknum Weorth Mindum Tha, of that him Achwilch, Thara Setendra, over Hranrada Hurin Shoulder, Gomban Guldan. That was gold kunning. That's Old English. Beowulf. The opening of Beowulf is what that was. That's the stuff that Tolkien was into. So all of the Rohan, the Rohirrim, are their names, Theoden, stuff like that is very Old English influenced. So token reset, set actor, I'm making a rotator. And it's a 0 rotator, right? So just reset everything to 0. And then we need the server call. Yeah, I took a Old English in college. I'm an English major, so one of the elective courses to fulfill some of my English requirements, I saw Old English, and that sounded really cool because I love Lord of the Rings. And I only did one semester, but we were required to memorize the opening of Beowulf and perform it for a grade. So that's where that comes from. I need to continue memorizing. Those are the first 10 lines, I think. So. I hadn't. It would be cool to continue doing that. Because who does that, right? Where's our rotation? Do we really not have a server call on the rotate? We need to do that. So I'm going to do it under here. Grab that, put it here. This is going to be, this can be reliable. And we'll call it void reset token rotation server. ABG token pointer token to reset. And it just takes the token to reset, set actor rotation, F rotator, 0 rotator. Progress, I would say, it depends on how you define progress. Right now, we're kind of this is like a parallel promotion or a I don't know. I think it's progress to move this stuff over to C++, but it might seem slow to some people. With professional Unreal Engine development, there is a course in Unreal Engine's learning area for about the balance of C++ and blueprints in a project. And for the most part, like the rule of thumb is your logic, your gameplay master level logic that operates your game should be C++ and implemented in parent classes. And then for more level specific or game specific moments can be blueprints. So there's like a healthy balance you got to find between those as you grow as a developer with Unreal Engine. So, and certain things are more accessible in here in the C++ code. So we need to make, I want to get a server rotate token going. So this is local. And just like we're moving the board, we did it local before we did it server. I would like to set the rotation local before we do server. So down in our network functions, I'm going to make another one. And this one we'll say is unreliable since it might happen a little too quickly. This will be rotate token server, ABG token pointer token to rotate. So I don't quite know how they're ordering things here, but yes, go do the dishes. I have to do that in a bit as well. I'll just be clickety-clackety typing away. So if we're local, go ahead and do it locally. Grab token, set actor rotation here, and then we all go to rotate token server, pass in the grabs token and the new rotation that we just calculated. Oh yeah. Let's put that over here into our server. Token to rotate, set rotation to the new rotation. So that should do that. Local and server now. I'm going to move this up here. That's better organized. And let's make things blueprint callable while we're at it. Okay. Let's give that a shot. Open things up and... Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Yes, we are. So rotate token. There we go. It is calling it. Okay. All right. So let's test our rotate that is now local and server. Local first, then server. And we will test our reset token rotation, which has been moved to C++. Whoops, wait, actually, I need to go to the UI, go to the token context menu, and the reset button. We need this instead of gameplay controller. This is this new one. And here we will reset token rotate. Whoop. Reset token rotation. Token to reset. Nice. Reset didn't work, but I like that. All right, so our rotation's working. That's interesting. Oh. Duh. We never actually told the server to call this. So if we were the server, we didn't do anything. Okay. That should fix that. Right. Let's try that again. What is this? What is that doing? Hooray! Looks good to me. And that rotation feels a little bit smoother. I don't know about you. All right. So that's done. We can get rid of that. We're moving tokens just fine. That's done. That's done. Toggle permissions. Let's get that moved. So what are we doing here? Our context menu under control. We'll do destroy next. Okay. What is happening here? Oh, wait. Right. We're comparing in the array. This is self comparison, so it was confusing at first. Why are there two casts there? Okay, so this is just creating, this isn't where we need to do it. That's just creating these buttons. This is the, here we go. Toggle token permissions. Okay, so this is where we're calling it. So again, let's do a local and then server call. So we need to receive a player state and a token. Function, blueprint callable, category is our BG, game, player, controller, token, void, toggle, token, permissions for player. We receive a BG player state. So I want to forward declare this. And a player state to toggle and the token. What do we do? This locally, and then we'll do it server side. So we get the token. Player has permissions. Player state to toggle. We send that in. This returns a bool. So I think that variable is not, we don't have a getter for it, so we want to return a T array of ABG player state pointers called get player permissions. Const return player permissions. Get player. Oh wait, this is not going to be const because we're modifying it. So that's a getter. Let's get it. Let's make a setter. Or, well, let's see. Player has permissions. We're going to make a U function, blueprint callable category token. Functions. This is void. Actually, we want to return a bool. Add player to permissions array, and it receives an ABG player state pointer. And we want a U function of blueprint callable category equals BG token functions. Another bool is remove player to permissions array. Remove player from permissions array. And this is so these are going to be our public API functions that we do. So we get our permissions, player permissions. We are going to add unique player state to add. Const. Yep. So if what that returns is it returns a size type, so the index of the element in the array. So I dereferenced this. I'm assuming the index will be won't be -1, or how do we know? There is a, I'm trying to remember what the C++ for C++ check size type is valid index, I think, maybe. Yeah, okay. If player permissions dot add unique, I think what do? We do t array is valid index this, I think, right? Or player permissions. Player permissions is valid. There we go. And we pass that in. So it does this, then this returns an index, and we check if it's a valid index, and if so, we return true, so we know that it worked. And then false. So that protects us, and now we need to make the remove. First we do if player permissions if player permissions dot contains player state to remove returns a bool. All right. Remove player state to remove. It returns a size type. Remove number of removed elements. So if is not equal to 0, return true. False. Okay, that should do that for handling our permissions safely. So if we go back over here to our toggle permissions, so if this returns true, token to toggle, remove player from permissions array, player state to toggle. Otherwise, token to toggle, add player to permissions array, player state to toggle. And this is the local, so if as authority, we do that. Otherwise, we need to make a server one for this. So under our network functions, same thing. This can be reliable, void, toggle, token permissions for player server, token permissions for player server. And this receives the ABG token to toggle. Or we're going to do this again. And this calls the game mode, which does a toggle token permissions for player, class ABG, player state pointer, player state to toggle, and an ABG token pointer toggle. And it's going to just do that same thing again. And can this be, it could be static, hooray. ABG gameplay, game mode base, toggle token permissions for player, player state to toggle, token to toggle. All right, where are we doing this? We're doing this in our UI, gameplay, player button, here, right here. So we are not doing that anymore. We're casting to BG game player controller. This will now say failure to cast to BG gameplay player controller. And we will toggle token permissions for player, local. Player state goes there, the token goes there. Move those. We can delete that and that. There we go. What else? I think that's it. Okay. Oh, let's fix some stuff. That's a conflict in naming, so I usually want to do a BP after it like that to make sure things are fine. With a rename, I forgot to. All right, refresh. Not that we're doing this anyway. Good, all right. What we need, actually, in order to test this is we have to package. Because we have to test this over network, a real network. First, our player state. Which is under here. There it is. Our default, we need to disable game master permissions. Now we can package. Woohoo! Package done. All right. One. Haven't done this in a while. There's two. Good old Cisco and Dax. Welcome back. Host a game for 2 on Deep Space Nine. Find a game on the LAN. Found it. Join. And we're in. Red, blue. Dax is going to be our game master. And start. Cool. Client and server looks like it's working quite well. If we drop that in, Cisco does not have the permissions to move it. Perfect. Cisco, do you have permission now? We do. So there we go. And if I do say so myself, things do feel a bit better in terms of I don't like the physics thing. We have a physics issue. I think we need to eliminate the height entirely when we drop it. Or no, we need to toggle physics and stuff locally and then do it server, and I think that'll fix it. That's one of the last remaining things that from our previous that is incorrect. We don't have outlining, but we do here. That's interesting. All right, what else can we test? Let's test this in our build. That looks like it's working. I think we just whacked. Yeah, we just whacked our cube. There we go, caught it. Let's reset the rotation. Cisco can't do anything with those walls. We need to make it so that we can't move this unless we're in move mode, so that we can focus on building as we're in build mode. Because, oh, yeah. So we need to fix that. Our enum is not doing anything currently. We need to continue with our context menu there as well. But we revoke. Perfect. Look at that. We've revoked permission for movement. So our permissions are working. This is pretty cool, actually. This is totally usable, rudimentary still, but this is usable on a LAN at the moment for a quick tabletop visualization. So hopefully you can, like me, visualize different, more polished models and textures in there and what that is going to allow. So, I'm getting hungry, so I'm going to eat lunch and take a break for about 10 minutes, and then we'll come back and continue on our quest to move things over to C++ from the blueprints. If you haven't already, please hit the follow. I'm at 39 followers, and I'd like to get to 50 at some point. So, I'll see you soon, 10 minutes or so. Okay, welcome back from lunch break. And on to the bubblies. Let's see. Before we took a pause, we had just finished setting the toggle token permissions. This works now for our C++ for local, and we have the server one, or the locals somewhere up here. Or down. Honestly, the way that I'm a little confused by the order that the auto implementation setup is making on these, but maybe someday we'll go back and fix that. For now, I would like to do what I've mentioned a few times now and make a local version of this before we call this. So, and we've also wrapped it. Maybe we should be doing that on other things. Anyway, so this is in our network. Let's make a local version of it up here. This really should be here. Function blueprint callable category is BG game player controller token, and void boink. And this is not, we're not doing missions, we're doing collisions. There we go. And in it, we need all these things again. So if token to modify, let's just wrap things, and maybe we'll go back and fit and wrap other things so that they work properly. We're going to call that, and this takes the physics, the gravity, and the collision type. That's it. So we pass our physics, we pass the gravity, and we pass our collision type. And then, actually, so this is if as authority, that, and then we do where's the physics? Set. That's the problem. We're going to rename that on the token, actually. Set token physics and collision server, and then we pass the token to modify the B physics on, the B gravity on, Boolean, and the collision type. So in token to modify here, this I want to rename set token physics and collision. That's better. Okay. All right, let's stop and launch again. Whew, it's getting cold in here. Could go for the summer. So then I'll want to be outside, right? Okay, so actually, it's in here because we're doing this. So handle token selection right here. We're actually going to call the local first. So let's stop actually. So call local first. So that's on the handle. And then on release object, again, local. I think that's all we have to do. Okay. Whoop. Let's launch the debug. All we did, oh, right. I forgot to reset our player state default game master permissions. We need to have a debug toggle in the actual editor so that we can just toggle that on and off and test, you know? Looks smoother. There are some issues. I don't know. Feels like one of those things that perhaps we might have to do some fancier stuff at some point, you know. Okay, let's get destroy token now over to C++. That one's easy. So that's been moved. So destroy token. That's been moved. I don't even... I don't think we're using this anymore. Get rid of that. We have it in our C++ now. Okay, so that, yeah, that's the last token function, is our destroy token. Okay, that is really just doing a destroy call. So and token, it's do it down here. Void destroy token. And we just pass in an ABG token pointer called token to destroy. Token to destroy. Let's see, this one. Do we need to do it local? I don't think we should because I don't think we can do it anyway because we don't own it. So we just need to make a server now. here. Make sure that that's a valid pointer first, and then we do okay. I think that's it. I'm gonna wrap some of these things. If token to toggle. Same thing here. Toggle. Just need to make these things safer, so token to move. If structure to modify. All right, so those are safer. Actually, we need here also player state toggle and token toggle. Okay, that saves all that. Way to expand everything. Perhaps not. All right. And this destroy. This probably cannot be static, can it? No. Okay. So we have to do the big cast to ABG game play game base u game statics get game mode. This as the world context, and then we run destroy token on token to destroy. If here, if player state toggle and token to toggle. If token to rotate. Token to reset. Hey, Bauglier, I'm doing all right. Am I pronouncing that right? Bauglier? Or Baug 1 infrared? I don't know. If token to toggle. Do anything there. To if token to move and target actor. That's wrapped. That's wrapped. That looks all good. Set. Token to toggle. Oops. If player state to toggle and token to toggle. This we're just calling destroy token server and passing the token to destroy. So we're not doing that locally at all. If board to move. Okay. That looks good. Let's get that going. That's right. Bauglier. Nickname of a character from Tolkien. That's why it sounded familiar. Whoop. What did I do? Ah. I'm supposed to run it on the thing. So token to destroy dot destroy. And I think we don't need to pass any of those things. Hey, it can be static. Sweet. All right, so let's fix that. Let's go back over here. Where's our destroy? This can just be a destroy call. There. Well, it makes it more leet speak, so, you know, there's that. You missed the Tolkien from earlier, actually. We were just discussing Tolkien a little bit. And Old English and the German. Okay, let's see. So we go here and context menu. Right here, we can cast to a game player controller now rather than the blueprint. That. That. Destroy token. There's the token. Okay. Let's test it. Whoop. Right. Our destroy token, we forgot to rename these things. Refresh. Though we'll be deleting all that anyway. Okay, now we can test. So if we drop a little guy in and we delete it, hey, it's deleted. And client side, delete it, hey, it's deleted. Cool. Now we should probably work on that on okay, what else though before we jump ahead? Let's see. Oh, that makes sense. Moria's roguelike. Yeah, I never thought about that. That's good, and that's good. We can get rid of those. So our token event graph here is gone. We can move structure stuff and spawn new board. Let's see, build board is already in our BG board. We moved that. Shrink and grow board is also there, so let's see, what do we got? We've got some tile stuff. And spawning a structure. Okay. I got something in my eye. Eyelashes. No. What are you doing? Get out. Okay. Move board has been moved. That's there. Okay, so we've got 3 things here for the board. So maybe spawn new board. Let me do that. Which is just a server call. It receives a Z level, an X, and a Y. Really an F vector of integers if they had it. So, and it receives an int, let's say const reference of Z, int const X, and an int const. All right, let's build this. So under the, where's our board stuff? We don't have a board category yet. I don't think this can be static, so void spawn new board. And like that, it needs the Z level, the X, and the Y. Okay. Right, that's how we were doing it. We have boards in the world already that have a Z level. And we're only spawning. Okay, so we need to have, so this is BP. We need to make this in the config as well. So what happens at begin play? Yeah, it gets all boards. So, and then it spawns a new board, which we're going to, before I forget, put a BP after that as well. Okay, so we need to have a T array of ABG board pointers called all boards. Have a begin play, so begin play. There you go. Super begin play. We need an auto T array, just an auto actors is equal to u gameplay statics get all actors of class a ABG board static class, comma, this just needs to be right. This has to be a T array and has to be created beforehand. Three parameters. What's the third one? Oh, I forgot the context object. All right, so that gets all of that. For auto actor and actors, all boards dot add unique cast to ABG board actor. Populate all boards array with all board actor with all ABG board actors. Okay. So that makes that. Now we do a for loop through all of that. We're checking if it's Z level, which I'm betting is not in here. No, it is not. We need that, so I'm going to put it after the board size. And we will make sure that that is, where are you, board? BP. Okay. Make this is an int called Z level because I want to follow their case preferences and not have underscores and things. So Z level just looks bad. Z level is why I went with the English Z. All right. So that exists, and it's a 0 by default. Now we're going to, oh yeah, we need a getter. So if board get Z level is equal to Z and board, we need to know board tiles, so this returns T array class ABG tile pointer get board tiles const return board tiles get board, come on, there we go, dot num is equal to 0. We're going to build board. How do we do that? We do board, yeah, build board, and it wants the centered location, the X and the Y. So the centered location is the board get actor location, and then we pass the X and the Y. Is that right? Is it happy? The prompt, IntelliPrompt is all screwy. I don't know. We'll stop that though, so that this can think. Slow IntelliSense or whatever, IntelliJ, I don't know, whatever writer runs on. Okay, what is spawn new board? Let's go find what we need to do here. This is just the, this is badly named because it needs to have that for our naming convention. We're happy now. What we do is we get the game mode base. Yeah, we're gonna have to do the big whole cast ABG gameplay game mode base u gameplay statics get game mode this spawn new board Z X Y. Okay. Everything's happy. I love that everything gets happy and compiles on the first try. So What is it? It is the... We've just got just a button right here, right? Yeah, board spawn button. And what does this board spawn button do? This is obviously something we have to expand this at some point. But we're casting to just our C++ class instead of the blueprint. BG game player controller. That, get rid of that. We're calling spawn board. Spawn new board server. This is the Z, this is the X, this is the Y. Compile. We go to our level and we test this. Oops, because this is mad. Because we're just, this doesn't even exist anymore, right? That's a BG game. Whatever. Stop. All right. Did it work? I don't think it worked. All right. Why didn't it work? We didn't even spawn anything, did we? Wait a second. Wait, hold on. Hold on. It probably didn't get anything here, so hold on. There's our game mode. It's got all the, yeah, it's got all boards. All right, all right. It found them, so that worked. Where's our, do we have an output log? Oh. That doesn't matter. Persistent level stuff. Okay, so... Oh. I know what's wrong. It's building it in the same spot. So if we go to our BP board, which now has the Z level here, we're not using this old Z level. So you're Z, you're 0, you're 1, you're 2, you're -1, you're -2. Let's try that again. Pow! There we go. A C++ spawned board. Cool. All right. So we're not doing that anymore, so that can go away. That can go away. And I'm not using that or that either. They're all cleaned up with just C++ stuff. Okay. Happy. Everything's working. All right. This can go away. Build terrain. Oh yeah. I don't know if you saw. I mean, I'm not really going for. Whoops. That's interesting. That's interesting. Look at that. I don't know what defaults got hit by accident, but it made a bunch of our boards. These we're just focusing on in D&D. I'm not really making rolling hills and stuff. We're just focusing on, like, if you had a chessboard in front of you, you know, this is supposed to kind of represent miniatures and dwarven forge stuff, dwarf forge. What are we doing here? Oh yeah, that can go away. And we're not doing that anymore. And that. So we need to actually, if we go here and it won't spawn the initial board yet. Because in our C++, begin play. So once we've done that, want to get, let's see, something's up with the, there we go. Now it's catching up. So all boards dot, or hold on. What we want to do is just there. That'll make our initial board. And then add it. Okay. What? Let's go to make sure that worked. Yep, there we go. First board's there. There's the second board. Sweet. Yeah. That was that was fun, and I might revisit that art style. I quite liked that. That's for another project, so I won't open that up. But yeah, you went. I'm assuming you went and saw the screenshots in my my portfolio on my blog. It's kind of like South Park-esque. Throw this in here. We need to spawn a structure on tile. Let's make that. Which is just a server call as well. it's the same thing like we did with a tile, so it's just the location and the row name. So f vector const location and an f name reference row name server. Where's our spawn token? Yeah, we're just calling this again. So over here, we're going to make a similar function to the spawn token at location, void spawn structure at location, f vector const reference location, f name const reference row name, and our gameplay, we are now need to add in another one, class u data table structure data bank. And where's our spawn? So we have to do this basically again, but with the structure data bank. Structure. This is going to be structure to spawn. Not doing that. This is the FBG structure bank. There we go. Boom. Bada bing, bada boom. All right. That'll do that. So we just grab that and put it here, but this will say spawn structure at location instead now. Stop. Open it back up. In our gameplay game mode, we now have this structured data bank, which will be that. And when we go to our UI gameplay, our structure thumbnail is going to do a cast to game player controller. And this now says BG player controller failure. This spawn structure at location server goes in there, that goes in there, that goes away, that goes away. There's that. Save. Default game map and open. Sweet. There's our structure. There's another structure. Looks good to me. Though that is still interesting. Can it only now put? I wonder. All right, so got that, and if I do here, yeah, so it only inserts us an index now. I don't know how to get around that, to be honest. We'd have to be able to detect if we're at an endpoint or not. So we would need to run an if or a check to see if it is an endpoint of the spline, then add a new point to append it, and if it is not, if we're in between, that won't work either. So if we're only 0 and 1, how do we know? Yeah, I'm not sure if we can solve that. Perhaps we want to take out corners entirely. No, not really. I don't know. I'd have to detect if we're hovering over a how to spawn corner pieces and stuff. So I think, so that works. We can get rid of that, and we can get rid of that. So our structure event graph, gone. Okay, we've got a network graph here, which we'll do this later. Let's go to our board event graph. So that's emptied now. Let's get shrink and grow board in there. So this can go away. Cool. We're down to just that. Ugh, so lightweight, you know? It feels, as you get rid of the blueprints, I don't know why, but things just feel a little lighter. I mean, we got a lot of code here, but code is fast, sort of. C++ can be fast. All right, let's do our shrink board call. Let's get that in there. And this is just a server call again, so this is just straight to the server. So spawn new board, move board. Why is this here? This should be in structure stuff. There we go. This will be void shrink board server. It takes a board in. Board to shrink. That's how I feel. I do. So I'm an audio engineer, and I run on currently Saturdays, but Friday and Saturday evenings are going to be filled up with running live music, and I also do World of Warcraft raids with my guild on those days. But I'm also a musician myself. I don't, with the pandemic, I haven't been performing, but At some point, I have to start performing again. So how do I do everything on it? I need more Fridays and Saturdays. Everything is on Fridays and Saturdays. This is just called on gameplay. So over here on boards, void shrink board receives an ABG board pointer. Forward declare it. Board shrink. And let's get the grow board in here too. Grow board. It's ABG board pointer. Board to grow. Okay. I think with if board to shrink is right, this should just be board to shrink, shrink board. Yeah, and we're just subtracting one off of it. So board to shrink, get, I need the board size. Get Z level, we need a F vector 2D, get board size, const, return board. Come on. Oh, I forgot the parentheses. Const, return board size. Get board size, subtract 1 off of it. Shrink board requires an x and a y integer separate, so get board size dot x minus 1, board size to shrink dot get size dot y minus 1. And similarly, we do that, but we are row board. And this is +1 and +1. Ooh, Elden Ring. I saw the leaked footage of Elden Ring. That looked interesting. And yeah, I'm looking forward to Baldur's Gate 3 when it's out of early access. And yeah, I've enjoyed what Kojima makes. Death Stranding. I haven't played too much, but what I have played I enjoyed. It was very unique. These two. Being safe. And I want to put these in the same order. That's not the... I don't remember what the command is to move things. So there we go. Shrink, grow. Okay. I'm going to move these things up here. Okay. Same with here, since we're using this a bunch. Better. Okay. While that launches, I'm going to get some more water. Okay. What were we doing? We did the new shrink board, grow board. Let's test that. And fix this, because I probably forgot. Yep. Rename issues. Let's get rid of those because we're not using them anyway. So if we go to the UI, we go to the tile context menu, which pulls up the board. We want to go to, instead of that and that, excuse me, casting to a C++ base player controller. We are shrink board server call. Same thing down here. Grow board server call. There we go. So there is a delay client side. I wonder if we can, once again, improve that with a local call. So do we have the authority to do that? Why not? Let's try. Let's find out. Yeah, I saw that. There's the JRPG system, and there's also an advanced vehicle thing. Z Positive was talking about that earlier. I took a look and I liked it. Okay, so there's that. And we'll do the exact same thing, but with the board to grow. This will be a +1, a +1, and this will be row board. Okay, so there's that. I have a feeling this won't work because we don't have... Well, yeah, I don't think we'll be able to call this. I'm not sure. Or the board itself is the function call, so the board has the authority. So we'll see. So we want to go and change this to be the local one first. So shrink board. And in fact, we could probably not expose the server call on these things to minimize and clean up. Because if we want to just... Because then the C++ handles the call, or the local one itself makes the call. And then we'd clean that up. So we can stop exposing that to blueprints. What am I doing? I don't want to... Not the menu. The default game map. I think I forgot to do something there. What's happening? Oh. There we go. And yeah, that didn't fix that, but let the engine decide whether we can or we can't. All right, so that's all moved over there now, so that's a good feeling. Get rid of that. All of our board stuff is moved. Get rid of that. All boards. Are we even using that anymore? Actually, our structure event graph is clear. Our event board. Oh. All right. Move board. We got that. So we have to do the tile hiding. I think we can get rid of that. Okay, so we just need to do the hide tile. Cool. Target actor, that can go away. Grabbed object type, that can go away. We got that in C++ now. These things are no longer used. Connected players info. Don't think we're using that either. All right. So let's get the tile stuff moved over. I probably deleted the hide tile, didn't I? In that graph. Oh, there it is. It's in the network graph. Okay, hide tile. So with here, let's do it right here. And it takes a tile reference ABG tile pointer. Let's forward declare that. That's after P. Yep. Toggle tile visibility is what we want to call that. Tile to toggle. Toggle. Okay, and then over here, under board, toggle tile visibility, ABG tile toggle, or declare that as well. If this is a very, I mean, I can't imagine too many people find watching coding that entertaining. It's us odd people, perhaps. This is our little niche domain, our corner of Twitch. All right, if tile to toggle, that's not what I want. Tile to toggle. Yeah, this actually hey, you're still here, Delta X. Better than Netflix. That's what I said when I started watching Critical Role. Critical Role just like blew my mind. Foundation for the game. There's you know, I'm gonna stick to just the tabletop battle map at the moment to not have a feature explosion. I don't want to bloom this too big so that it can actually get to a point where we can release it. But I'm learning as I'm doing this, and things are coming to mind of how to create. I don't know if Final Fantasy Tactics type stuff with this grid system. It could be fun. So if tile to toggle, we get the tile to toggle, and I think we can. What does a tile have? What are we doing? Toggle tile visibility. Yeah. Toggle tile visibility, and we want to send in the tile to toggle. Get the static mesh component. Get visible flag. So if it's true, we're hiding it. If it's false, we're showing it. So that's how that works. And this can be static. Cool. So over here, if tile to toggle, toggle tile visibility. Hey, what's up, Justin? Welcome to the stream. We're doing some cool stuff today. Moving a ton of the blueprints, Unreal Engine stuff over to code. Nice. I've got another 3 hours, a little over 3 hours to go. So thanks for joining. All right, so tile to toggle visibility. We are just doing a tile to toggle, get the static mesh component, get visible flag, and send that in. And we're doing that if we don't have authority. If we do have authority, we just do ABG game play mode base, toggle tile visibility, and send the tile to toggle in. Kaboom. Okay. No, we're not. We're not doing that. What am I crazy? We need to make the server one, right? Yeah, we got to do the server one. Here, right? Is that the order that we did? My OCD wants it, so move and toggle. Yep. All right. So move. Whoop. And void toggle tile visibility server. And we're sending an ABG tile pointer, tile to toggle. Implement. What happened? Why is it here? I don't want it in line. Go away. What are you doing? That's bizarre. All right, well. Do it right here. Strange. Alright, this is where we do the ABG game play mode base, toggle, tile visibility, tile to toggle. Okay. That can be made const, huh? Something's crazy. Things are acting up. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so that's there. Let's start the debug back up. There's going to be an anime for Dota 2. MOBAs and BRs, I'm fascinated that with such a repetitive and, I don't know, roguelike, there's like the fact that they have such deep character and world universe stories contained in such a repetitive, unchanging gameplay that has no story actually in the gameplay. The fact that these universes have blossomed off that with such hardcore, passionate fan bases makes like bizarre sense to me. Like I care about like Master Chief and Gordon Freeman and stuff because I spent a story with them, but I can't honestly say that I know anything about I don't know, the robot in Apex Legends, you know? Tile context menu. This is what we want right here. Toggle tile visibility. There we go. Excuse me. So that should do that. All right. Well, it didn't do it server, but it sure as hell did it on the client side. So what did we do wrong? Oh, we forgot to call it. That's what we did wrong. Oak the Wise. Treebeard's here. What's up, Treebeard? If as authority, what are we doing? We're doing toggle. We're calling the server. We forgot to do that. So now the server. And if I just do a hot reload. So hot. I am working on a tabletop battle map, fully networked for Dungeons and Dragons games over Discord. So the whole goal is for click and drag, so you can see our little Eye of the Beholders here. We've got a board that we can click and drag and move. The board can be shrunk and grown. We can drag out our tokens. They move and they snap to the tile. One of the biggest features that we added recently is a spline wall, click to drag, kind of Sims style, so that we can easily make our dungeon walls. And there we go. We can hide token tiles and create little traps if we want to. We can add another board even. So that is we have to work on that a little bit on how that'll work for Z levels, for new Z levels. So let's say there's like, you know, a platform here where the bad guy is overwatching here. So that's cool. Grab the webcam and have it provide a screen for the players' faces and have it follow their in-game camera. That sounds complicated. I'm just going for a Discord thing, but what I'm envisioning ultimately is whoops. Somebody could be like the cameraman that can have like all the fancy filters and stuff, so then you can have your Twitch stream kind of set up in cinematic angles so that you can stream a Dungeons and Dragons game with more or less. Obviously, these are just some prototype materials and things, but I do know that with Hero Forge you can actually export the 3D models. So at some point I might make it where you can import a 3D model so that you can have more advanced tokens of your choosing and your own design in here. But I'm thinking we're gonna offer lighting, atmospheric fog, so like environmental effects will eventually become something that we'll include for the Dungeon Master, but the whole goal is low learning curve, so you can just drag and drop and get going and play. But no rule implementation. This is as if you were sitting around a table with your buddies to play some Dungeons and Dragons or Pathfinder or Cyberpunk or whatever you're playing. So we moved toggle tile visibility to the C++, so we can now... Right? My DM was like, to hell with this when we tried to use Fantasy Grounds. It was... I like Fantasy Grounds, but it's just so massive to... there's so much to learn, and it takes way too much setup time to create a battle map, at least. Fantasy Grounds is quick if you're just doing it all in your mind, because you can just search, like the searchability of text and things like that's quick, but the combat doesn't feel intuitive at all. So this we don't need anymore. Excuse me. So that's done. We should move that into it. C++ now too. Yeah, responsive controls. Right now, you can make pretty much a fully working, functional, and good game using just blueprints like this, which is just, you know, it's visual coding. And that's what, if you see right here, this is this macro header. This exposes this into blueprints. So there's C++ underneath these things, but there's a balance that you want to strive for with Unreal Engine, which is of C++ and blueprints. The master level logic that drives the game that you're going to be calling over and over and over as parent classes should eventually move upwards into C++. But yes, Blueprint is great for quick prototyping, and then it's good for like creating widgets I tried to do this with the Slate engine that's underneath here, and it was like doing HTML data table nesting of things. It was nasty. So a balance of both is good. I probably won't like set up UI client. I don't know if I'll do. I might, but yeah, I could probably move this into C++ also. But yeah, having a healthy balance of both. There's no L in both. Toggle hide tile. Yeah, as Oak the Wise said, it depends on size and scope. And they do recommend if you're doing hefty math stuff, the math can be quicker and more efficient when done in C++. So we're done with the board event graph. That's gone. Token event graph, nothing else in there. Structure, nothing in there. Cool. I think we got all of our basic functions moved over to the C++. Yes, I absolutely am using Git large file store. So this is a good moment to move now that it's working. So all player controller functions. Yep. I made a pretty hefty only blueprint. I was only blueprints for a good 6 months when I was working with Unreal Engine, and then I decided it was time to crack open the source code and work on this side. And now I like to use a lot of that stuff. Sometimes. Honestly, the performance difference is pretty minimal. Somebody described it as if you've got blueprint nodes and a blueprint node goes to another thing which has more nodes, so like nested nodes can slow things down, I heard. But ultimately, they're pretty similar, so it's a lot of it is preference. But having a balance. Unreal themselves, Epic in the Learning Center has a good video on explaining the differences. Is it? Blueprints run way faster in a packaged project versus the actual C++? Oops, forgot to commit. I think you got your words mixed up in that previous comment. So you're saying the C++ runs way faster, and so the other way around. C++ is quite fast in a packaged project, which we can demonstrate. Let's go ahead and let's do that, actually. It's good to test so I can show the networking side of what we've built here, too. There was a solid whole week and a half or so when we were working on just the lobby. So first of all, we want to go to our here, disable that permissions. So if we go here and here, do that, build BattleGrids. And let it build. Most of this is cooked, so it'll go quickly. And I don't have the... Gotcha. I understand. The more they work on Unreal Engine, the more it comes down to preference. There are some modules that are not available in Blueprint. There are some functions that are not exposed to blueprints yet. Maybe at some point they will be. But you can do a lot with just blueprints. So here's the lobby. We'll give Dax the game master permissions on client side, and then we start, and boom, we load into the networked map. And so you see how Dax, let's make this larger. If we pull out an object here, so Dax is the game master, that's why she has the interface. Cisco can't move it. He does not have permissions. But we can give Cisco permissions. Now he can move the object. Revoked. We can rotate, lock it in place, so now it can't be moved. And then here's our wall. Cisco doesn't have control over the wall. He also can't move the board or anything. So we only have permission to do as we give it for the players. So that's what we've got so far in terms of prototyping this game, or this software tool, that is. I think I'm wondering if it's worth going into implementing the Steamworks SDK now and starting to get the online side of it, because right now it's just LAN. I don't think this would work online out of the box. I'm not sure. It might be a direct IP connect over online, which isn't what I want. There's our extra board. Let's see if these are still working. Yep. However, you can't right click. So that's an issue. Okay. Let's think about what to work on next from here. Yeah, the online stuff, I actually have it, the SDK. I have a course that I grabbed that I need to study up on it. The Steam SDK for the Steamworks allows you to just build a full lobby, like a server server list. And that's what I think I want to do, because I do intend to put this on Steam ultimately. Before we moved into putting this stuff over into our C++, what were... Oh, I know. We were working on the structure context menu. This. All right, so let's do that. Okay. So when we have our, let's open this up, and we're just going to go one standalone in the viewport for now. And give me back my game master permissions. So when we create a wall and we stretch it out like that, also, I don't know why, I want to get that centered. We'll work on that. One of these, I want to be able to remove, so the delete structure would be the whole wall, but how would we go about just clearing this one instance, you know? Let's think about that. So if we go to our spline structure, which we have this lonely loop count sitting out there, which we don't need. We're not using that anymore. I wonder if we're able, I think we can get instances. So our context menu is here. We're testing for what we're getting. And then remove the instance that is the index number away. That's a good way to do it. I think we can do that. So we pass in here and we open the context menu with the actor. So we've got our structure reference here. So we'll do that. Can we do that in the UI? I think we can. Or we get the structure reference here. What can we do with an instance static mesh? I don't know if we can actually remove one instance. We can clear all instances. Okay. We need to make an array. So when we're making, let's close all this and just get our spline structure open. I think we need to make an array that we add to as we add right here. We add an instance. So can we actually do that? What do we have access to in C++? Here we go. See, this is where we didn't have this, I think, in blueprints. Selected instances, select instance, clear instance selection. Here we go. So once again, see all this, all of these things. This is why it's good to start diving into the code. You can do a lot more complex stuff. So this is going to be a C++ function. Okay. So we're in a right-click scenario. We right-click, which creates this context menu and sends in on spawn the reference to the spline structure. We have a on-clicked event that we want to remove one specific instance that we have right-clicked on. So it might not be a structure reference that we want to pass into the context. We may need to pass in let's see. We've got an add mesh to spline. We've got the moving. We've got the adding a point. How about just give me a U function, a blueprint callable for now. Can we get an instance, return an instance, like Oak the Wise said, using that method of line trace, or when we right click, we want to call this, do the line trace, and find the instance, and then pass that to the context menu to then further apply more functions as needed. So this will return. Excuse me. I don't know what it'll return yet because I don't know what an instance is. Get instance mesh. And we're gonna send in a location from where we click. So on the static instanced static mesh component, to the API, instanced static mesh component, there it is. Is instance selected? Ooh, there is some interesting interesting stuff in here. Instance bodies. Let's see what we got in the API here. An F body instance. Aha. Whoops, not bool. I know what a bool is. Aha, we can get instances that are overlapping with a box. We could spawn at click. I'm wondering, we could spawn a quick if we can't get an instance. Oh, here we go. Select instance. But I don't know what select means. What's it returning? It's not returning anything. So instance index. So we can remove an instance if we pass an instance index in there. So we need to be able to get an index. How do we do that? There's our get number of instances. This may be what we have to do, is spawn a quick little sphere, an overlap sphere for a moment to get to return an instance right here. So it returns, what is it returning? It's returning an array of integers. Oh, instance indices, there we go. So, overlapping might be the only way to get an index for these instances. Okay. Well, let's go that route. Or let me try one thing. Get instanced mesh index. Okay. Yeah, the whole point of instance static meshes is to be extremely light and performant. They're not supposed to simulate physics. Their transforms sit in the GPU cache and the CPU does the physics to simplify it by an order of magnitude. Update instances transforms, and the benefits are mostly lost. So You can move the component that holds the instances free of charge, though. So when you collide with the instance, you have to get the transform by the provided, you get its transform by provided index, but you can't. Oh, we might be able to do what Oak said, actually. So go back to here, player controller. Set context object and open the menu anchor. We do that in here. Cast to instanced. I think that. All right, let's see if this works. And in here, I'm going to do a instanced static mesh reference. Instanced static mesh component. We'll remove that expose on spawn for now. Refresh. Get that out of the way. Oh, wait. First, we do this. Then we get... No, hold on. Hit component. So we get the component that we hit also and store that here. So if it's not a tile, it is a spline structure. So I actually do want both the spline structure and the static mesh reference. So here we're going to do spline structure, and then we're also going to get do a validated get on that, and cast that to an instance static mesh component. And then pass that, and then go into that. Okay. Woo! So I think that worked. Now in here, we have an instance static mesh reference. And now we can get the index. No. I think again, we are going to have to go into the C++. Okay, so we now have the component. Okay. It is just this instance static mesh. It's not going to give us the integer. So okay, we got to keep problem solving here. What do you know? How to correctly determine which instance static mesh is under the cursor. By Maslow. Boom. The index of the instanced static mesh under the cursor is found in F hit result item. Well, that would have been nice to have in the... Okay, so right here. Let's get rid of that. And we don't need that. We will need to pass in here. We'll want an index. So instanced mesh index, which which will be an integer. Expose on spawn. Put this under variables. Refresh. Game Master HUD is going to need that as well. Context object index. Okay, we need to set the index. Here we get the spline or the mesh, get instance static mesh component, and remove an instance at that index. Look at that, we don't even have to C++. However, this is going to be local only. We will have to move it over to the network code. Moment of truth. Cool. And it should reset when we rebuild. Yep. Haha! That's cool. We did it. All right. Well, I'm happy that that was an easier solution than I thought it was going to be. So this now needs to move over to the network so that the client can do it too. So in player controller, we don't need that anymore. We don't need that anymore. We need our player controller. And structure functions, what we want to do is you make a new function here called blueprint callable, category, BG game, player controller, structure, void, remove structure instance mesh, remove structure instance at index. And what do we need? We need to send it an ABG spline structure pointer structure to modify, and we need to send it an int index. If structure to modify, if we don't have authority, we'll do this locally first. Structure to modify, get the, and you get the, make it a getter, make it, blah, 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 make a getter. We want to return an instanced static mesh component, get instanced static mesh component, const return instanced static mesh component. Whew. Get static mesh, come on. Get instanced, you can do it. Get There it is. Get instance static mesh component. Remove instance at the index. Pass the index. Kaboom. Does it return anything? Returns a bool. Returns a true on success. We don't care. We'll throw it away. Afterwards, we need to make the server one. And we're going to go through here and clear out all these blueprint callables. These are just going to be in here, but excuse me. Name it the same thing, but with a server suffix. We pass an AGB spline structure pointer structure to modify, and we pass an constant index. From here, we need to ask the game mode. Not that one. That one. Gameplay, game mode base. Board structure. A U function of these technically don't need to be U functions, do they? But it works with garbage collection or something. So void ABG spline structure. Nope. Spline structure pointer structure to modify to mo to mod. What are you doing? There you go. An int const index. Structure to modify if wrap it if structure to modify structure to modify get the instance static mesh component, remove instance at the index, make it static. ABG gameplay mode base, remove structure at index, pass the structure to modify and the index, kaboom. Let's also wrap it here too for extra comfort. And we're going to call it here, remove structure and index server, and we're passing the structure to modify and the index as well. All right, stop. And start it up again. Oh, man. Let's go. There you go. All right. For people who have dropped by and haven't yet followed, please hit the follow so that I can someday achieve 50 followers in my little niche corner of the programming Twitch world. I would greatly appreciate it. Okay. Here. Then we go to structure context menu. We're not doing this anymore. We are doing get owner. Cast to PG gameplay controller. If that failed, we print a string, and we are in the WBP structure context menu, and this is the onClicked function for remove button. Failed to cast to BG game player controller. So we got a nice little debug thing right there, like a good programmer should always throw in. We're going to call remove structure instance at index. The structure reference goes in, and so does our index. And if we load up our game here, and if we play as a client, we are a client. We can do all our things. And we can remove a section. Hooray! And that's a good question. No, we're just a fat orb and we can't fit through there based on the collision that I gave us. However, there is no instanced mesh there, so we can once again... That's interesting. We'll have to... We need to encounter... that's right, it doesn't have... It doesn't know how to behave to stack things on top of it, so we need to look into that. Alright, so that's working. Let's find out about our placement of a token. So we're moving, move token to location. Where do we do that? Here we go. It probably doesn't... Oh, excuse me. I don't think it has bounds. Unity's documentation is really nice, but I like C++ over C#, so that's why I went with Unreal. I did Unity for a little bit, but I just C# wasn't vibing with me. I'm not a script language kind of person. I really like the software development nitty-gritty of C++. I also like the strong typing, is that what I mean? It's more explicit and it fits with the way that my brain works. But Unity is a fantastic engine as well. So I think the issue with stacking on the wall is right here. So the bounds of it, if, okay. If where are we doing the hit result? We're doing it right here, aren't we? Oh, excuse me. Rather than a last target, let's save the hit result. Let's save both. Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna hop on WoW in a bit as well. I'll see you there, Justin. Thanks for dropping by. All right, let's see. Last targeted actor. Thank you. That's what I want. World space, it's a bool. True? I don't know what world space is. Okay, so we're getting from the spline structure and const. And we want an so wants a transform. Okay, so if it's actually a spline structure that we're hovering, that we hit when we're moving the token, we should check last targeted actor here as well. We're grabbing the spline, we're casting it to a spline structure, and seeing if that succeeds. If it does, we come into we get the instance transform, and we set our transform. So now we have a transform, and we actually want to do the same thing here. Except all we need is the Z, right? We just need the Z. So we just put that here. We're making a transform, setting a transform, and then we do the location.z is equal to the transform dot get location dot z, right? Plus our z value. And can we get the actually? The X and the Y, what are we doing with there? Let's just set it to the X and the Y of that for now. We might just need to offset it by minus 50 and minus 50, so it's just in the center of the tile. So, and then we come out of it and we go down here. So that might handle that. And then here, how do we? Maybe that. Okay, let's try that. Almost. So it looks like this doesn't have physics, does it? Yes, it does. Okay, so it got the centered. Oh, hold on. So what did we do? We got the we went up. So this is at the bottom. So we don't have a way to get the top without the bounds, actor bounds. Ooh, wait, I have an idea. Kaboom. All right. I know what I'm doing now. Okay, so that should work. Let's try that again. That should get us up on top of the whatever, because we're gonna have different types of spline structures, right? So we get the location of the spline of the instance, and then we check the mesh that that instance is using and get the bounds off that, and then add those together, and that should get us above the wall. There we go. We've just got a problem with the final location that's getting set. So, okay. So this is working. And our final here. Okay, what are we doing here? Ah, yes. Our server one. Okay, we have to repeat in the game on the server. We have to repeat all of that. So we need to pass, we have to update this. To the server, we have to pass the target actor, but also we need to pass an F hit result const reference target hit result. And then here we also want a hit result. Okay, so now we're passing that. And when we call it, let's go back up. Right here, we need to pass last hit result. And here we need to pass the target hit result through. And here we are. So now we need to do this stuff again. This moves up to here. And we check if that with the target actor. And then we do all of this. And this is our target hit result. And then down here we need an else, where we move all of this. And then we do that. So that should do that. Whew, all right. Let's reboot and see if that worked. It should. I saw something red. What? Interesting. Aha! Look at that. We can now go up onto our walls. So that's cool. I'm glad that that little change right there was all we had to do to make that work. That is satisfying. Let's commit that. All right. Tokens can be placed upon the top of spline structures. Okay. We need to make the other context stuff, which was reset and delete. So I'm going to take a quick break, and then when we get back, we'll finish up the context menu for our structures. I'll see you in 5 or 10 minutes. Okay, and I'm back. I had to put on my cardigan because it is getting cold in here. Okay, so let's get back to those context menus. So we're in our structure context menu. The next one is reset structure, which I'm thinking just clear structures, really. So we can't do it just straight from here. We got to make a call to, once again, our player controller. So let's make that. So we've got under structure functions, we've got the remove structure. And we're going to reset structure. We just pass in our spline structure again to reset. This one should be pretty simple. Actually, it might not, but let's just test this. So if structure to reset, hold on. Actually, no. We do have to do a little bit more because the spline needs to be, so get spline component. We want to if get spline component, spline get number of spline points is greater than 2. Or spline component get for int I, and we're going to do a reverse loop here. Get spline point what number? Get number of spline points. Woo! And I is greater than 2 minus I. So number is not equal to index, so we need to remember that. Right? Yeah. Okay. So we're going through and we're removing it all down until we're just down to indices 0 and 1 on our spline. Once we've done that, we then need to set location at spline point 1 to so it takes the index and a new location. Yeah. And that location needs to be the origin, so the structure to reset get actor location dot x plus 105. Yeah, that's it. That's it. And our E-spline coordinate space is going to be world. And what's the last thing that we need? Update spline, true. Oh, in location. Right. So, hold on. We actually need to make an auto location is equal to structure to reset get actor location, and then location dot x plus equals 105f, and then we put the location here. So we got to modify it. Reset spline point 1 to 105.f off the origin. Clear all spline points except for indices 0 and 1. This needs to be outside of this if statement, because if we just have 0 and 1, then we just want to reset where 1 is located. And then once we have done all of that to our spline, we want to structure reset get static mesh component clear instances, and then structure to reset add mesh to spline. Actually, add mesh to spline clears them. Yep. So we don't need to call that. We just do that. Okay. So this is also if we don't have authority. We do all of this. If we do have authority, we need to do this, but on the network. And we do it on the game mode. And we're just going to do the same thing. Here it is. So if structure to reset, right. We gotta include, do we? Yes, we do. All right. And it can be static. Sweet. All right. So we go to our server, ABG gameplay, minimum base, reset structure, and we pass in the structure to reset. let's give it a shot. I'm making all of this up as I go along, but with a general idea that everything is going to be based on click and drag and right-click context menus. So as simple and straightforward as possible. That's the driving motive behind all of this. But I'm learning and making this up as we go. Together. So you're seeing me solve this stuff in real time. I don't know what I'm doing. That's the motto of this show. I don't know what I'm doing, and neither do you. So let's figure it out together. I say it every morning. Alright, so we do that. Oh wait, we haven't hooked up the button yet. So we are doing this. And this. Except this is the reset button. And we're calling reset structure, not server, reset structure. And we pass in the structure. All right. Not entirely what I wanted to happen. So what is occurring? That's interesting. All right, so it is removing that. That's interesting. So it's 105 off. So that's 1. Okay, so it did move 1, but okay, so this is the actual origin of the whole actor. Ah, fascinating. What happened? I want to see this more. This might be why we're having some unpredictable. Yes, okay. So there's 1, and again, it's off. It's off that. So, but if we do that, what happened? It resets 1 to be where it should roughly be. And that is 0. It's actually wrong. It's off a little. That doesn't matter. Okay. So when we're doing this reset, we need to first we need to do this to 0, and we want to do structure to reset get actor location. So reset the first index to the origin of the actor, and then do that. So let's put that over here as well. set spline point 0 to actor's origin. Okay. We didn't change any headers, so I think we can hot reload this. There we go. Nice. If we move it closer, actually, so not 105, but 50. That will then make it so it's just one wall piece. There we go. So if we make some crazy wild thing and then we reset, boom, we've got it. Okay, so that's working. Next is the delete button. We just need to delete the entire structure. Easy enough. Except we're calling these destroys. Destroy structure. Can't really do this. This doesn't work, but we have to make a server call because we don't have permission to do this. But I'm just doing it for posterity's sake. I think. Does that make sense? Whoops. Okay. And then where's our server one? ABG gameplay, game mode base, destroy structure, static call, structure to destroy. Kaboom. All right, so there's our structure to destroy. Let's hook that up. Something that I think that we can start working on after all of this is done is right-click a wall piece and make into a door. So it just swaps out the instanced static mesh for a different static mesh. I think we can accomplish that. What am I doing? I don't even have that hooked up yet. There we go. All right, so there's that. We don't currently have a way to move the entire wall section, right? So we actually need to do that too. So sure, we'll make that const. We need to, where do we do that? Right here. So here's our select object. Dungeon Keeper. No. What is Dungeon Keeper? It sounds familiar. I've heard of Dungeon Keeper. Ah, back in 97. Build a lair with devious traps. Yeah, that sounds familiar or similar. We're just not having we're not putting in rules just yet. Just this is just like an architectural tool. Okay, so we have our control mode. So we're doing grab stuff here, and then we open this up. So if we need to go to our handles now. Switch on control mode. So if this is under build, under move, we want to just move a structure, right? So modify structure length. We need a just a move function. So void move structure. If grabbed structure. This is like moving tokens, right? So we need to do this. or handle token selection. I'm going to steal that. We're going to make we're going to start hit resulting again. We're putting in our last hit result. And we only want to move structures on tiles. So, we have a blocking hit, and the class what we hit is a tile. We do our little debug right here. We already know that it's a tile, so we don't need to do that. If it's not visible, return. Whoa, come back. What happened? Undo. We are missing... There. Missing some bracers. Brackets. Okay. We're checking if it's a tile that our hit result is under. And then if it's not visible, return. Otherwise, we get the... we set our last targeted actor to our last hit result. And... Actually, we don't need to do that because we're not, well, screw it. Grab structure, set actor location. This should do the whole object, and all the splines will move with it. So the actor's location is going to be last hit result dot. Last hit result dot actor dot. There we go. This is, of course, we don't have authority again. We need to make a move structure network call now. Right here. Receives a BG spline structure to move. And we also need target actor. I think that's all we have to do. Yep. We might have to do some rotational stuff. We'll add that in next. Okay, so over here we now need to do another server function for structure. And the actor target actor. Oh yeah, we have to pass the hit result. No, we don't. We just need a location. Oh no, it's the actor. That's what we're passing. So we're calling move structure server. We're passing the grab structure as well as the last hit result dot get actor. And this is checking and we call ABG game base move structure, and we pass structure move and target actor. Yes, make it static. That's happy now. Structure to move. Set actor location to target actor get actor location. That's not when we're moving on top of a token or a thing, we're getting the bounds. So we actually don't want to do that. We want to we'll make an f. We meant f vector location is equal to last hit result dot get actor location, and then location dot z is equal to last hit result dot get actor bounds right. We need those. We're basically doing that, so I'm going to steal that. And Okay. And so we don't have to do this math again. Let's actually just pass an f vector const reference location. And we'll pass the location right there. Whoops. I'm gonna do it outside. Okay. All right. Ah, yes. Happy, happy, happy. We're all happy. All right. Stop. Open. Did I put this into our switch? I didn't. Move structure. Okay, so if we're in build mode, I'm building. If I go to move mode, it gets mad. Why did you get mad? Did it get destroyed entirely? It did. Let's go to just standalone. Oh. Oh. The structure actually is going to need to the structure is going to have to turn off query. So we now need undo, hitting buttons. we, like our token, have to do a have to change our collision when we pick up the structure and when we put it down. So where's our token? This. We have to do that on here. So we need to get the instanced static mesh component set simulate physics to why does it do that? I obviously need the full parameter, you know. Okay. So now we've got that on our structure just like we do on our tokens. So our structure can now do this stuff, which funny, it's going to have gravity now, which is kind of, you know, that'll be fun. Okay, so when we move the structure, where are we calling this on grab on our token? First of all, we need to make it so structure to modify, we call our new set structure physics and collision. We'll pass the B physics on, the B gravity on, and our collision type. And then we need to call the server one. So we got to make a server one. And we'll do a server. Want all of that again. BG spline structure to modify. And then we make that. If structure to modify. It did it again. It shortened them. I don't like that. Don't do that. What? It's also putting these in line. That's... I don't know. Maybe it's deciding that that would be better? Or what? Usually there's like a move to implementation. All right, in our gameplay mode, we need to do this. That was bugging me. All right. All right, so that calls that. Then over here, we call our set structure physics and see, because this stuff is inline now, that's annoying. Okay, so that's there. We're checking. Good, good. So go back up to where we were. Whew. Okay. That's getting all called. And let's go to our move structure. Where are we doing? So with when we handle a token, we're doing it on handle token selection. So on our handle structure selection, if we're moving it, we'll do it right here. Actually, you know what? We'll do it in the move. Because once it's moved, we want to then turn this back on and do query and physics. And then same in here. I don't think we need it here. Okay. Oh, I don't know if it's working yet. No. There's the gravity. And simulate physics rate. It can't simulate physics. Interesting. So what happens? It turned on and our collision didn't go back. So we did that. And then we came in here. Let's not do that there. Let's do it when we release. Hmm. Interesting, we're not getting there. Oh, I know why. We're skipping all of it. We're not even setting a location. So that's why we do this again, server side, when we move a token. That's why we don't just skip ahead. Okay, so we need to all right. Well, wait, actually, what we can do is do this. Okay, so this goes into that, and then this goes here. So we do this before we check, and then if we're okay, let's try that. And then we can modify the token. If that works, then we can simplify the token one also, so that it's only doing that math one time. Okay, we blew it up again. How did that happen? Why did we blow it up? There it is. It still exists. Oh, the location is like super high. Whoa. Well, we found it. Okay. So its X got wonky. So clear those in case. I don't know where it got that wild X value. Okay, it did it again. So, what's going on here? Oh, I know what. Okay, so if we didn't... Don't try and move if if we're not hitting a tile. Okay, well that fixed that issue, but we're not getting our tiles now. Our physics is still on. Query and... Okay, so see that? That's good. Our gravity and our collision are turning on and off. So we know that's working. I believe an instant static mesh can't simulate physics, so we're actually going to stop that and remove that. Remove that. Get rid of that call. Get rid of the physics on. That. Get rid of that. Oh, come on, where is it? It's down at the bottom. There it is. Okay. And when we release... Actually, stop and start fully over because we changed headers. Oh, blew away again to a crazy X value. All right. We're checking on the visibility channel. We're checking if it was a blocking hit and if the class is equal to a tile. If so, I don't even know why this isn't, that's not even printing in the... Okay, so server side it's doing as a listen server. Interesting. I don't know why this isn't getting called at all. We got a hit actor. Yeah, this is from left clicking. That's changing. There's my handle token selection. If okay, so that works with the handling a token. Okay. So that fires. Moving structure is, as you can see there. That's firing. So let's do another right here. Hit on visibility channel. Got angry hissing cats at each other. Hit on visibility channels firing as well. Whoop. Interesting. So this is failing. Let's just take that out. See how that's changing as I go over. So not hitting, 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 hitting. So, but this is never firing. You know what? So it's not a... All right. So let's just do a different test. If yeah, let's just test that. Can we cast the hit actor as a tile? Well, there we go. So blocking hit seems to be the problem. Cool. I like that. I like what... That's cool. All right, so we fixed that. Yeah. Well, actually working. Not just repaired, but it's working for the first time. So yeah, if we're able to cast it to a... This is an expensive cast, however, so let's get the actor. Get class is equal to ABG tile static class. So that, I think, is a much less expensive thing to call. Interesting. I wonder what... Ah, is a... That's from 2015. I don't know if that is a... We should have checked if that was a deprecated function or not. But let's see if that's what we should have been doing. It is. Okay. So this is how you compare classes. So wherever I'm doing that, we need to fix that real fast. Right here. Am I doing it anywhere around here? No? Okay. Okay, that's better. Go ahead and stop. Let's fix our token stuff too. So this move token to location, if we go here, we can do this outside of the authority. Then, if we don't have authority, we do this. And the move token to location on server. Here, we can just receive a location. So, all right, let's fix this a little bit. Here, we're moving a token to a just straight up location. And we're passing in a rotator, I think, as well. So if we go to our move token to location server implementation right here, this is just an F vector const location. We don't need that anymore. This is going to also just be an the location. We're just passing that through. That's it. Okay. We've already done all of this. We're simply just doing that from the location that's getting passed through. So if we go back to here, that's good. Go back up to our movement. We are just passing right here the location. And we're not even passing holding anymore. That's it. Just the token, the location, and the rotation. So all this expensive stuff we do first. And then we do that. Okay. Oh yeah. Perfect. Okay, so let's do a listen server and a client and 2 new editor windows. I don't need you to be as big anymore. You could shrink. Here's the server, here's the client. Whoop, come back. There we go. There's, you see that tick, 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 tick? I think that's gravity. So we might fix that whole gravity situation. But it's a lot. We're on our way to making it smoother. Okay, so and then if I do this, that moves, and if I build it here, and I can move it there. Whoop. What happened? We probably the reliability issue again. So let's stop and take a look. That's unreliable. Our move structure was reliable, so we're gonna make that unreliable now. Oh, that's the header. Hold on. We've actually got to start that over. Too many calls to the server in one. Over and over and over. It started the buffer. Got hit too many times. Okay, let's try that again. Server. Client. Client makes a wall. Moving it around. Builds it. Moves it some more. Alright, we're not crashing. Server moves it. We're happy. What's funny is we're moving the origin point, right? So the origin is that, right? I think. Yeah. So it moves the whole origin. I wonder if there's a way to... We got to figure out an offset. That's not even... There we go. And it vanishes entirely if we go off of it. So it should store its previous location. So we need to store the previous location. Okay. That's some pretty dang good work for today. There's some room for improvement, but whew, A lot of C++ functions that we put in here. None of these network things really, I think, or most of them we can revoke the blueprint callable on it to clean things up. We can optimize later, but I think that's some damn fine work if I don't say so myself. I'm going to go ahead and commit that. Spline structures be moved. And the control mode enum in player controller properly controls the flow of logic between move, build. Kind of wordy, but I know what it means. All right. Pushed to my source control. That, I think, is where I'm going to end today's episode. A long day of C++ coding. Thank you so much for joining me, those of you who did. And I'll be back again tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Mountain Standard Time for another episode of Deep End Dev. So until next time, thank you.